This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of...
The Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning, guests. The senators and those in attendance, if you are able, please rise. We will be led in prayer this morning by Rabbi Yossel Kranz of Chabad of Virginia in Richmond. Following the prayer, if everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our very Senate page, Eli Stith of Portsmouth.
Almighty and merciful Creator, in a world where moral ambiguity clouds the path of the righteous, we gather humbly before you and pray for your guidance and wisdom. You who bestows knowledge upon man and teaches mortals understanding, graciously bestow upon us your wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Endow us with the clarity of mind and the strength of heart to discern truth from falsehood, goodness from the unholy. Help us reject moral relativism and uphold the values of justice, decency, civility, morality, and respect for all. Bless us with the vision to see beyond the veil of ignorance and empower us to boldly speak out against evil and hate. We are deeply troubled by the resurgence of anti-Semitism on college campuses throughout the Commonwealth, where minds are meant to expand and hearts are meant to embrace diversity. Instead, we witness the spread of hatred and prejudice, tarnishing the very essence of education and enlightenment. May the leaders and stewards of this great institution strive tirelessly to root out anti-Semitism and hatred wherever they may be found, and work together to create a campus environment where all students, regardless of their background or beliefs, feel safe, valued, and supported. In your infinite mercy, teach us to confront hatred with love, ignorance with knowledge, and darkness with light. Oseh shalom bimromav, he who makes peace on high, may he make peace for all of us below, and let us say amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Tuesday, March 5th, 2024.
The senator from Roanoke, Senator Suderline, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All those in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates. Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surreville.
Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
I move to waive reading of the communication from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House be waived? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, Madam President.
We are now in what we call our morning hour, and it is where we hear about all of you beautiful people in our gallery. And the normal procedure is that your senator will rise and tell us who you are. And if you will rise at that time, that would be wonderful, but hold your applause until after I have spoken, and then we will officially recognize you. And so with that, I do call on the junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for 2 introductions.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, first I rise to introduce Rabbi Krantz, who gave us today's invocation, if he can rise. Rabbi Krantz is the executive director at the Chabad in Virginia. Chabad of Virginia is dedicated to supporting Jewish members of our Commonwealth through social and humanitarian efforts, educational outreach, and community building events. He's also a founding member of the board of Friendship Circle, a nonprofit that aims to foster an inclusive community for people with and without disabilities through social events. But Madam President, members of the body, I've gotten to know Rabbi Krantz relatively well over the last 7 or so years, and I come to know him as a friend, and I think Rabbi Krantz is a great example of the spirit in Henrico County of coming together, working as one, having strong views, yet recognizing in everybody humanity. And we've unfortunately been together in too many bad times, but I think in bad times is where you see the true character of a person. And I'm going to just real quickly end with a quote that Rabbi Krantz gave at one of those bad times when he was trying to help us all find our way. And he was talking about combating darkness with light, and he said, quote, "We can be kind, we can be nice, we can have respect for one another, and we can teach our children to have respect for one another." And amen to that, Madam President. And so I would hope we would give Rabbi Krantz a warm Senate welcome.
Thank you. Rabbi, please remain standing so we can officially welcome you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for that prayer. And indeed, I would echo the words of our senator. We can be kind, and we can be gracious, and we can be forgiving as well. Thank you so very much for the sacrifices you indeed make to help others. Senators, let us give the Rabbi the warm welcome of the Senate.
Madam President, I have a second introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and members of the body, today joining us is the clerk's daughter-in-law, Donna Shar, along with her friend Angela Patton. If they could please rise. Today, Donna and her friend get to see the clerk give a master class in how to keep you guys locked down and in control. And so I think for that, we should give them a warm Senate welcome.
Well, welcome, family. Thank you for coming. And I know this is not your first time. This is not your 10th or 20th. You've been here for a little while. We're so glad of our clerk, and she does keep us in order. There's so much that we have to learn still as long as we've been here. We know that she has all the parliamentary procedures that we have forgotten or don't even know. So we're glad for her. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. She keeps the pages in line, too. Senator Craig, the senator from Chesapeake.
Good morning, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
Good morning. The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Today in the gallery, we have Miss Coleman's 7th grade civics class from Greenbrier Christian Academy. I'd ask that they stand, please. This group of young future leaders have joined us today to visit our Capitol, and they are anxious to see their legislature in action. Madam President, I ask that we give this awesome group of future leaders the warm welcome of the Senate.
Well, hello, young people. So good to see you. Good morning to you. This is indeed part of the master class because you are seeing it in action. You're doing it. You're not just reading it. And I think that's what we have to understand about electing our leaders. You have to be a part of the process. It's not just reading, it's the doing of it, because without the doing, nothing gets done. So we're glad you're here. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, last week we passed SJR 141, celebrating the life of George James Costill, a former delegate, four-term delegate, and the Democratic nominee for lieutenant governor in a special election in 1971, a successful lawyer, a successful businessman, a man devoted to his family and his community. In the gallery today is his wife, Helen Costill, who, as I told you last week, they were both leaders in the community college system. She's been active in the board, with the board of now Mountain Gateway School. Mountain Gateway Community College. She was the president of the board, been active in the foundation for many years. His children, Mary Costill and her husband, Gregory DeMeglio, David Costill, his son, Elizabeth Costill, his daughter, and 3 grandchildren. And I'd ask you, Madam President, to give them the warm greetings of the Senate.
Indeed. Welcome, Costill family. Welcome, especially Mrs. Costill. We're so glad for the service that your husband gave. And we're just glad that you're here and seeing the sacrifices that they make, and know that this is, you know firsthand, and family, you do too, that we don't enter these offices without sacrifice. Thank you very much for having given of your husband, your father. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Reeves, the senator from Orange.
Semper Fi, Madam President. Good morning.
Good morning, Semper Fi.
Madam President, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, today we're joined in the gallery by 2 of my constituents from Culpeper County, Patrick Heelan and his daughter Abby. Mr. Heelan served our Commonwealth dutifully as a magistrate, and Abby is a homeschool student who is probably one of my best interns I've ever had. They're both active in politics and interested in history, so much so they participate in Civil War reenactments, which I love to go to. They're also dedicated to the craft, even going so far as to hand-sewn period and appropriate clothing. And I would ask that you would give them both the warm welcome of the Senate.
Welcome, family. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being, well, your internship is, as the senator has said, is one of the best, and we thank you for your hard work. And we thank you, sir, for your service as a magistrate. We thank you for love of Virginia and love of country. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In the gallery today, we have Sergeant Major Nathaniel Frost. Sergeant Major Frost has inspired countless young people, myself among them, through his patriotism, leadership, and dedication to duty as a co-founder of the Junior Reserve Officer Training Course program at Petersburg High School. Nathaniel Jack Frost served with the United States Army Special Forces, better known as the Green Berets, and deployed to Vietnam for multiple tours of duty, including as a member of a highly selective unit that completed some of the most dangerous clandestine missions of the war. By establishing the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps program at Petersburg High School, Jack Frost has helped young men and women cultivate a sense of responsibility, self-confidence, and self-worth, and promoted physical fitness and appreciation for teamwork and leadership development. Many former participants in the Petersburg High School Junior Reserve Officer Training Course program have found successful paths, and all have benefited greatly from his valuable mentorship and his commitment to the community and public service. Madam President, there are few people who change the trajectory of someone's life, and Sergeant Major changed mine. I owe him a debt that I can never repay. He has drilled into me that excuses are the tools of incompetence that builds monuments of nothing. I am who I am. I am the woman that I stand before you today because of the man that he is, the teacher who decided to pour into me. And I am so appreciative of that. So I hope that the Senate gives a warm welcome to Sergeant Major Frost, his wonderful wife, Anna Frost, and another Sergeant Major protege, Monica Lee, with a warm Senate welcome.
Sergeant Major. Sergeant Major. The Senator has told us you are a Green Beret, but you'll always be a Green Beret. She has said you had multiple tours of duty in Vietnam during the war, of course, and you went on so many dangerous missions multiple times. We can't imagine the horrors that you've seen. Well, we can somewhat imagine them because of the movies that we've seen. But you didn't see a movie, you lived it. And I'm sure that there are times when it hits you again without warning. But you didn't stop there when you came home. You continued to pour into others. And we're so glad that you have done so. And thank you, family, for giving him to us. And, sir, I salute you. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Senate. In the gallery today, we're joined by a young man named Jimmy Major, who comes here from George Mason University. He comes here on a mission sent here by his professor. His professor, you may know, is someone who just couldn't leave. Even though he did not get reelected, Dr. Delegate David Ramadan still appears in our lives, whether we like it or not. Oh, there he is. Never mind. Dr. Ramadan, he wasn't a doctor back then. Mr. Fancy Pants now went and got a great education. Now he's a professor at George Mason. And he gets his students active and engaged in state governments. And so this year, he's assigned his students to certain senators and delegates to study their work, see what bills they're proposing, see how they're doing. And poor Jimmy Major drew me. And so I had a nice meeting with him this morning. He's studying government with a pre-law track. He has an aspiration of becoming an attorney certified mediator for Virginia's courts. He's a teapot collector. He collects teapots from different countries, which I think is very interesting. He currently serves as the president of the Virginia Mediation Network, the Young Scholars Alliance. He was born in Florida, in Daytona, Florida, but now lives in beautiful downtown Fairfax City in Northern Virginia. He can speak Japanese, and he tells me he can speak French. The question is, can he speak to Timmy French? And I think that's the challenge we should find out today. But ladies and gentlemen, it's so wonderful to see Dr. Ramadan having his students engage in what we do in the business that we do down here. I think it's so important. And he came down for a visit, and we had a great chat. So, Madam President, I would wish that this Senate, that you extend him the warmest welcome of this Senate.
Thank you so much, Jimmy, for being a part of the legislative life and of our great senator. And I wonder if, as you don't understand what the senator is trying to accomplish, do you walk away speaking Japanese so that he won't understand you? But so glad for all of your accomplishments and for helping others as well. That is commendable. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Senator Diggs, the senator from York.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator may continue.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Robert A. Whitehead, Sr., pastor of the New Zion Baptist Church in Williamsburg. He has served his community for 33 years. And also in the gallery is Dr. Carlon Lassiter, pastor of St. John Baptist Church in Williamsburg, who is approaching his first-year pastoral anniversary this upcoming May. They represent the Tri-County Pastors Council, who represent the churches of descendant community of Williamsburg, James City County, and York County, as well as other surrounding counties. They have been a strong, supportive voice in our community by reaching out and serving us through worship services and community outreach. Their commitment to service and worship is evidenced through their active engagement in the Tri-County Pastors and through their outreach initiatives. They are steadfast pillars in our community. Madam President, I ask that you extend them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Good morning. Good morning, pastors, and thank you also for being here. The senator said your commitment to worship and service, and that is a reminder that we don't just worship with our mouths, we worship with our hands and with our feet. And of course, yes, with our money, when we help others. That is a part of worship, and it's the part where when you did these for the least of these, you did it for me. The blankets, the food, all of that. Helping the homeless. Thank you, sirs, for what you do. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Diggs.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for another introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Today we have with us the Reverend Christopher Epperson and members of the Bruton Parish Episcopal Church. For 350 years, Bruton Parish Episcopal Church in Williamsburg has preserved the history of the nation while providing opportunities for worship and offering outreach to the community. With the establishment of the College of William and Mary and the relocation of the colonial capital from Jamestown to Williamsburg, Bruton Parish Episcopal Church experienced significant growth in the 1690s. Over the course of its history, Bruton Parish Episcopal Church has flourished as a house of worship and an important meeting place for students, townspeople, and government officials. Several founding fathers, including George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Patrick Henry, attended Bruton Parish Episcopal Church while serving as members of the House of Burgesses. And the church was the site of heated debate in the lead up to the American Revolution. After many years, the church in the surrounding area was in need of restoration, and Bruton Parish Church was pivotal in convincing Rockefeller to restore colonial Williamsburg's heritage. Bruton Parish Episcopal Church has thrived in the modern era. Membership has remained high, programs and services have multiplied, and the church has given back to the community in many ways, including religious education, community festivals, and annual Rockefeller concert. Madam President, I ask that you extend them the warm welcome of the Senate.
We thank you for coming, and as we've heard, your church is more than 350 years old, and indeed, the founding fathers came and saw that church. Were born long after the church was there. And so we can imagine if the walls of that church could talk, oh, what tales they could tell. And here we are today, and it is still standing, a testament to the greatness of our great country and of the colony, which eventually became our great Commonwealth. We're so glad that you're keeping it and hope alive. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, is recognized for the suspension.
Madam President, pursuant to Rule 13 of HJR 48, which is our scheduling resolution, I move the special and continuing joint order relating to judicial elections be suspended until the conclusion of today's calendar.
The question is, pursuant to Rule 13 of House Joint Resolution 48, which is the scheduling resolution, shall the special and continuing joint order relating to judicial elections be suspended until the completion of the Senate calendar? All in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The special and continuing joint order is suspended until the completion of the Senate calendar.
Madam President.
Senator Surville.
Can I rise for an announcement?
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I should have said this when I made the motion, but because of some last-minute decisions that were made on one judgeship last night, we have to do some work on some conference committees on a bill authorizing some new judgeships, and so we need to pass that conference report before we do the judicial election. So that's why we moved this to the end of the calendar instead of doing it at the beginning of the calendar today. So I just want everybody to know, be on the same page about that. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County is asked to inform the House of Delegates of the actions just now of the Senate, and the Senate will be at ease until the senator from Eastern Fairfax returns. The Senate will come to order. The Senate will come to order. Sergeant at Arms,
Madam President, a message from the House.
please receive it.
The delegate from Prince William, Delegate Maldonado.
Thank you. Madam President, I have been directed by the Speaker of the House of Delegates to inform the Senate that, pursuant to Rule 13 of HJR 48, the House of Delegates has suspended the special and continuing joint order relating to judicial elections until after completion of the House calendar.
Thank you, Delegate Maldonado. The Senate will continue to be at ease until the Senator's safe return. The Senator is back. The clerk will call the calendar.
March the 6th, 2024. Bills in conference. Go to page 2. House Bill 47. Conference Committee report.
Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate agree to the Conference Committee report, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. On our end, Senate Bill 306, we adopted the version that was the Peace in the Valley version, and on Senate Bill 47, that is what we came up in the Conference Committee, where the labeling of invasive plants will be in a proximity of where the plants are, and I ask that we agree to that.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 47.
On page 3, Conference Committee report on House Bill 509.
Again, Senator Salim.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate agree to the Conference Committee report, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in the Conference Committee, we agreed to ensure that the study continues and added the disability advocacy organizations as part of the study by Chev. And we found, again, Peace in the Valley, so I hope that we can adopt this Conference Committee report.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Page 6, Conference Committee report on 1504.
Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, may this go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 1504 goes by temporarily.
Page 7, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 116.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I was busy talking. Could this go by for a moment?
Without objection, Senate Bill 116 goes by temporarily.
On page 9, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 327.
Again, Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate agree to the conference committee report and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. As many of you are aware, this is the one where we are changing the age to purchase a firearm from 18 to 20, and we came to the conclusion it will only be assault firearms, and I hope that this body can adopt the conference report.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 15.
Turning to page 15,
Senate Bill 710.
Senate Bill 710.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam Chair, I'd ask the Senate to adopt the conference report. We basically gave
The
in
senator
the
may
House
continue.
position. Apologize, yes, ma'am.
The senator may continue.
We gave into the House position. We were a bunch of losers. What can I say?
Well, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? That is the question. Those in favor will record their motions aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Returning to page 6, conference report on House Bill 1504.
Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate agree to the conference report.
And speaking to
that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, Madam President. We found some semblance of peace in the valley. I mean, I've gotten all that we want, but we have the general essence and spirit of the bill. So I ask that we accept the conference report.
The question is, shall the conference committee report be adopted? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on House Bill 1504.
And on page 7, conference committee report on Senate Bill 116.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that, Madam President.
The senator may continue.
Yes, ma'am. As you know, this is relating to the annual sales tax and use tax holiday, and I think we have finally got peace in the valley. So with that, isn't that what you wanted?
And what is that piece, Madam?
I'm not sure, but anyway.
The valley's getting more and more peaceful.
The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report, which is peaceful? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate adopts the report.
Unfinished business House on page 15.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that all the House bills on the unfinished business on pages 15 through 18 be placed in the block to insist and request a committee of conference. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall the House bills on unfinished business on pages 15 through 18 be placed in the block to insist and request respectfully a committee of conference with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
House Bills 866, 267, 398, 457, 632, 818, 830, 1361, 443.
The question is, shall the Senate insist and request committees of conference on the House bills in the block? All in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate has insisted and respectfully requested committees of conference.
Page 18. Just this one.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on House Bill 98, as named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Hashmi, are Senators Van Valkenburg, Pekarsky, and Suderline. Unfinished business, Senate. Senate Bill 34 has passed the House with a substitute with amendments.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendments and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, what the is actually a concurrent with the substitute with amendments. And what the House did was simply change out the Senate District 23 to the city of Hampton. And with that, I move that we concur with the House substitute and amendments.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 729 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator Surraville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I asked the bill go by for the day. Another 24 hours. I'm still talking to the administration about some possible changes here.
Without objection, Senate Bill 729 goes by for the day.
Senate Bill 54 the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Again, Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 54, as named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Hashmi, are Senators Locke, Aird, and Durant. Senate Bill 272. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to that request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 272? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Hashmi, or Senators Hashmi, Boysko, and Craig. Turning to page 30, uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that all the House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 30 through 42, House bills 133 through 1499, be advanced to their final passage in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to move bill from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 30 through 42, House bills 133 through 1499 be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the adoption of any amendments thereto and after the clerk has read the number of the bill. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 133, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Recommendation it be rejected. I move the Committee on General Laws and Technology substitute.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from General Laws and Technology be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is rejected. Senator Eben.
I now move that we adopt the Committee on Finance and Appropriations substitute.
The question is, shall that substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
House Bill 275, reported for the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendment.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the committee amendment be adopted, please.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is adopted.
House Bill 285, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
House Bill 342, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
House Bill 419, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 624, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Again, Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 714, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. There are two floor amendments by Senator Rome and one by Senator Perry.
Madam President,
For what purpose? Oh, Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
I move that House Bill 714 be re-referred to the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Recommitted.
The question is, shall House Bill 714 be recommitted to the Committee on Commerce and Labor? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall House Bill 714 be recommitted to the Committee on Commerce and Labor? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. House Bill 714 is recommitted.
House Bill 76, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute.
Senator Perry.
Madam
Senator
President,
Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
I move that the substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute from Commerce and Labor be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
House Bill 855, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Okay. Madam President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1019, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
No, we just keep going.
Oh, that's
We're
right.
in the block.
Forgive me, Senator. I was too quick. You're fine.
House Bill 1060, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendment.
Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1089, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with the substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute from the Committee on Education and Health be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Hashmi.
I now move that the amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations also be agreed to.
The question is, shall that committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 1103, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. House Bill 1105, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1108, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Eben.
I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1215, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. House Bill 1286, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendments.
Senator Dees, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1357, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1376 has passed the House with, it's reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. House Bill 1392, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor. House Bill 1401, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Madam President, move that the amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1433, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1496, reported from the Committee on Four Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move the Courts of Justice Committee substitute.
The question is, shall that substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Surville.
Madam President, I move the amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Question is, shall the Committee on Finance and Appropriations amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 1499, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with the substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with the substitute.
The senator from Botetourt, Senator Head.
Thank you, Madam President. Could House Bill 1499 come out of the block and bye for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 1499 is out of the block and bye for the day. The question is, shall the House bills in the block pass? That is, all bills except for House Bill 714 on page 33, which is out of the block and recommitted to that particular committee, and House Bill 1499, which on page 42, which is out of the block and bye for the day. All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 833, a bill relating to police and court records expungement, definition of otherwise dismissed. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment. And from courts with a substitute.
And we have a floor amendment.
Senator
And we have a
Sir.
floor amendment.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move the substitute from the Committee on Courts of Justice.
The question is, shall the substitute from Courts of Justice be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation to be rejected, I would move to adopt the amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the tiny, small expungement bill, and the Committee on Finance and Appropriations added a delayed enactment to the bill. On reflection, we figured out there's a way to delay certain parts of it and not delay other parts of it and still avoid the fiscal impact. And so the floor amendment I have coming up next is a little sort of finer touch on the delayed enactment. And so to get to that, we need to reject this one.
The question is, with a recommendation that it be rejected, shall the Senate accept the committee amendment on finance and appropriations, from finance and appropriations? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. That committee amendment is rejected. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to waive reading of the floor amendment.
Question is, shall the reading of the Surville floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendment, the reading thereof, is waived. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the floor amendment and speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. As I said a moment ago, basically what the floor amendment does is it makes one little sentence in the bill effective immediately, and then the rest of it not effective until January 1 of 2026. The part that would be effective immediately basically just codifies a Court of Appeals case that came down about 6 months ago. And so it doesn't change anything really about existing law. It just puts it in code. And so I would hope we could adopt the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Floor amendment is adopted. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speak to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill now is before you with the enactment stuff straightened out. It basically has a piece of Senate Bill 504, which passed this body 25 to 15. 504 is a much, much bigger bill. This basically just has to do with reversing a couple Supreme Court of Virginia cases, which sort of dialed back the law of expungement in, I think, a bad way. Most people I know talk to made it harder to expunge certain cases if you've been found innocent. And but because of the current rebuild of the entire criminal justice architecture, the background check system that the state police uses, we have to put the delayed enactment on here so that we don't disrupt that process. So that's basically what the bill does. Again, it passed 25, a portion of it passed, a bit much bigger version passed 2515. I'd hope we could pass this.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
House Bill 1171, absentee voting, processing absentee ballots returned before Election Day, processing upon receipt. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Election with amendments.
Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I would defer to the senator from Tazewell.
Senator Hackworth, the senator from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. Give me just a second here, please. I want to move the committee amendments, I guess. And this is not my bill, so but I move the committee amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator Hackworth.
Okay. Move passage of the bill and speak into that, please.
The senator may say on.
Okay. This bill would ensure that all voted absentee ballots, which are returned to the general registrar, are processed in the voter registration election system within 4 business days. And currently, the code requires that return ballots in need of being counted must be processed within 3 days. And that's basically what it does. And I move for its passage.
The question is, Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill,
The senator has the floor.
I would ask for this body to reject this bill just on the grounds that it needs more work. A lot of localities, especially our large localities, we have heard from that said this puts more pressure on them in terms of being able to count balance in an efficient manner. Not only that, I think what we understand is throughout our Commonwealth, it's been increasingly hard to find volunteers and those to work in our registrar's office and to hold our elections. And so we think that this bill needs more work, and I ask that you reject this bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The bill fails.
House Bill 405, electric vehicle charging facilities, infrastructure necessary to support installation. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology, and there is a floor substitute.
Madam President.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you. I believe the floor sub is being handed out as we speak, and in fairness to everybody so they can get a chance to read it, I'd like this to go by temporarily.
Without objection, House Bill 405 goes by temporarily.
Senate Bill 926, unlawful dissemination or sale of images of another increases penalty. Reported from the committee substitute has been adopted by the Senate, and the floor amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill, as we talked about yesterday, is an expansion of the existing revenge porn statute. We had some extensive discussion on it in committee because the original bill, as written, we felt was probably unconstitutional. We tightened it up to basically say that the image involved has to be obscene, which is a term that's been heavily litigated and defined by the Code of Virginia. The original bill talked about somebody being in a state of undress and some other things, which I'm not going to get into, which were kind of ambiguous from a lawyer's perspective for something that would go in a criminal statute. So basically the bill is written, basically says that if you distribute an image of someone that is obscene without their consent, there can be criminal liability for it. The other thing that we did yesterday was we adjusted the statute of limitations on this bill. The original bill had a 10-year statute of limitations upon discovery. I think you all heard yesterday a colloquy between myself and the senator from King George about a similar provision on another bill, which we're going to take care of in a minute. But we made an amendment to the bill which basically says it's within 5 years of discovery or should have been discovered in the exercise of due diligence, which is the same standard we use in civil fraud cases. So we tightened up this bill a lot. It's not as big of a move as it was before when it came to the Senate. We'll see what the House does with it when they get it back over to the other side. But that's basically what the bill does, and I'd hope we could pass the bill. And by the way, the patron was okay with the amendment. I talked to her about it yesterday, and she was fine with the amendment we made yesterday.
The senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And this bill has nothing to do with revenge porn. Revenge porn, as we've come to see it, involves when two people are in a relationship. They might share some photos, make a video, they break up, and then one person uses it, holds that over them to intimidate them, coerce them, harass them. This bill has nothing to do with revenge porn. This bill takes it when anyone puts out any image of themselves, obscene as defined in this, hypothetically speaking, let's say someone is engaged in sexual pornography with someone and live streams it, puts it out on the internet, sells it in videos, makes money for it, puts on any of these numerous pornography sites that are available all across the country. And if someone shares that, they could be guilty of a misdemeanor in Virginia by simply sharing something that someone else voluntarily put out into the public stream of commerce. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And then what is the purpose? To harass, coerce, harass, or intimidate. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that the person who had put that out into the stream of public on the internet decided to run for political office. And had just been putting it out on the internet 6 months to a year before they decided to run for political office. And then someone who's running against her, or maybe not even her opponent, maybe a concerned parent in that jurisdiction might be concerned. Ooh, who's going to be making the laws for me? Who's running? Who's going to Richmond to make laws on pornography, child pornography, education, the books that will be in our library, the books that will be in our schools? Would I like to know, would I like to see, would I like the voters to see what that person does in their spare time, how that person might decide to make spare money? What are their values? When I send them to Richmond, what are their values? How are they going to vote on the things that I care about? This bill makes that a crime. It's absurd and is a complete and total violation of free speech. I ask that you not support this bill.
Senator Serville.
Madam President, no one else wishes to speak. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not sure which bill the senator was talking about, but it's not this one. So just so we're clear about what this bill actually criminalizes, the existing revenge porn statute says that if somebody shares a picture of somebody who's totally nude or a state of undress is to expose certain things, and they do so with the intent to coerce, harass, intimidate, or they maliciously disseminate or sell the image, where they know or have reason to know that they are not licensed or authorized to disseminate it, then they're guilty of a Class 1 misdemeanor. That's the law today. We're not changing that. The only thing we're adding is if somebody who has certain, if the picture or the video has certain body parts that are not exposed, but are deemed to be obscene in violation of 18.2.372. And I'm not going to read 18.2.372 to everybody on the floor, but that's been Virginia law way before 1950. That's what the law deals with. It doesn't deal with a political campaign. Political speech is protected by the First Amendment. Political speech is some of the most protected speech that exists under our system, under our constitutional jurisprudence. There's very little you can get sued for or prosecuted for in a political campaign that comes out of your mouth. Very little. Obviously, there's somebody across the river who is testing the metes and bounds of that right now. But with regard to this, the scenario you just heard described would not be deemed a violation of this because it was not being done with the intent to coerce, harass, intimidate, or maliciously disseminate. It was being done with the intent to educate the voters about somebody's activities. And so that scenario has nothing to do with this bill, and I'm not clear what's being brought into it. But that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about people who share pictures of each other, which some people like to do, I guess, and then they like to spread it around because they're mad at somebody after a relationship goes bad. That's what this is focused on. That's it. And I would hope we could still pass the bill.
The question is, Senator Peake, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 1451, Standards of Learning, Assessments, Eligibility for Expedited Retakes, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Madam President. Madam President.
The junior senator from Rico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Yeah, Madam President, can that bill go by for the day, and can I briefly explain?
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, I don't want anybody to think we're playing shenanigans here. We're going to pass this by. Like the senator from Roanoke said, I want to be a peace in the valley senator. And so we're trying to square the circle here and get everybody happy. If we can't do that, we'll vote tomorrow. So I renew my request to take this by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 1451 goes by for the day.
House Bill 1542, Child Abuse and Neglect Mandatory Reporters Statute of Limitations Penalties, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. And there's a floor substitute.
Senator Saravel, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move to waive reading of the floor sub.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator Saravel.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the floor sub and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a bill that we debated yesterday. I just referenced it a moment ago. The senator from King George and I had an extended colloquy on the floor about the way the statute of limitations piece of this bill worked, about 10 years, or what was it, 10 years from discovery or something like that. In any event, on reflection, instead of trying to tighten that up, we talked to the patron, and she was okay just taking that out of the bill. So basically what this does is all the bill does now is it adds to mandatory reporting, I think, sexual battery and attempted acts of rape, sodomy, or object sexual penetration. And it doesn't have any statute of limitations worries. So I hope we can adopt this floor sub.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator Saravel.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speak of the motion.
Senator may continue.
So the bill is before you now is narrower than the bill we passed before, which I believe passed unanimously before it was reconsidered. And so I would hope we could pass the bill. I pretty much just explained it in my explanation of the floor sub.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 45, Earned Sentence Credits Incarceration Prior to Entry of Final Order of Conviction, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator Saravel.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move the substitute from the Committee of Courts of Justice.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Saravel.
Next, I would move the amendments by the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator Saravel.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you might recall the Earned Sentence Credit Program, which was legislation that was passed by the senator from Northern Fairfax and the Speaker back in the 2020 special session. Subsequent to the passage of that law, that's basically the bill that sort of brings us up to speed with states like Texas that allow people to behave in jail, perform certain types of redemptive activities, education, training, those kinds of things, and get time off their sentence. The Attorney General wrote an opinion about 2 days before the law was scheduled to go live, basically saying that any time you spent in a local jail didn't count as time towards earned sentence credit. And there was hundreds of families that were very disappointed by that because they were all preparing for people to come home, and it came out just before they were released. This bill basically reverses that Attorney General's opinion and basically says that any time that you serve in a local correctional facility counts. The other thing is the finance amendment, the amendment made in the Finance Committee says that the law can be deemed retroactive if there's money included in the budget. The reason money is necessary to release people from jail or from prison is because there's services that have to be provided and calculations that have to be done. And we actually had to, I think, approve about 90 positions for the big bill, the big version, new positions to get people out. This is a much smaller bite, but it's a good policy, and I would hope we could adopt the bill.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I also urge the body to support this. It's very consistent with the way the Department of Corrections and the Department of Juvenile Justice operate in terms of looking back to make sure that every day that someone has been incarcerated counts. From the day they were arrested and placed in a facility locally till the day they're convicted. That time counts. This is consistent with that, and I would urge the body to support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 351, firearm locking device required for purchase, households where minor resides penalty. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Yeah, so, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill is another take on safe storage policies for people who own firearms. The bill as it came to us, there were two bills that came up, and we kind of took bits and pieces of both and put them together. And we also made sure they did not conflict with Senate Bill 368 from the Senator from Northern Fairfax, which we already passed earlier this session. But this bill that's before you creates a new Class 3 misdemeanor. If anybody, when they purchase a gun, do not obtain or purchase a locking device for their firearm if they have a minor present in their home for at least 14 days or more in a calendar month. They're also required to complete a certification form from the Virginia State Police that a minor is not present in their home for 14 days or more if they want to be exempt from that requirement. The last thing it does is it requires manufacturers to include a warning about a locking device or a safety lock and responsible firearm storage in the materials accompanying a weapon when people purchase it. That's basically what the bill does, is amended. I believe the bill also has a reenactment clause, because there's some thought that we might need to be some more surgery to this as it goes through the process. And so I suspect this might go to conference. That's what the bill does.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 474, Restroom Access Act Civil Liability. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that bill.
The senator has the floor.
Every one of us has been in an emergency situation at one point or another in our lives. We've all had that urge. What this bill says is if you can prove you've got a medical condition that's going to put you in a position that you have to go, a retail establishment that doesn't have a public restroom has to let you use their employee restroom if they've got one. If they don't have one, they don't have any problem. But if they don't let you use their employee restroom, they're subject to a $100 penalty. It's an important bill, and I'd ask you to pass it.
The senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a version of this bill a number of years ago, and I think this is vastly improved over that because it dealt with the issue then of having a state agency issue such a pass, and this just streamlines it to a physician, which is where it belongs. And I think this is really good legislation for folks who have chronic disorders that put them in difficult circumstances from time to time, and I urge the body to support the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The bill fails.
House Bill 625, Community Schools Office of Established Within.
Madam Chair, Madam President.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator, let me speak.
Apparently, having voted on the prevailing side, which we passed HB 474, I move that we reconsider that vote. That failed to report. I ask that we reconsider that vote.
The senator was anxious. The question is, shall the vote by which House B 474 was failed be reconsidered? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, may that bill go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 474 goes by for the day.
House Bill 625. Community Schools Office of Established Within the Department of Education, etc. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute from Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Hashmi.
I now move that HB 625 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 625 is requiring our Department of Education to establish the Office of Community Schools in order to support the development and the growth of community schools throughout the Commonwealth. This program is so critical. It's been proven to have good outcomes in supporting those schools that are oftentimes serving the most underserved populations. This bill also would require, subject to the appropriation of funds, that the office will establish and administer the Community School Development and Implementation Planning Grant in order to provide grants to school boards that seek to designate any school within the local school division as a community school, and to present a plan for the sustainable funding for such community schools as part of the grant application. I renew my motion that HB 625 pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 755, Industrial and Commercial Areas, Civil Penalties for Certain Local Property Violations. Reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
The senator may say on.
What the bill does is essentially double the violations for industrial and commercial areas in terms of blight provisions. And so both in terms of the monthly fee assigned to it as well as the total yearly cap. And that's what the bill does.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, no 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. The bill passes.
House Bill 1157, federally recognized tribal nations in the Commonwealth, agencies to consult on permits and reviews. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to thank the Chairman of Senate Finance and Appropriations, Senator Lucas, for her help in dealing with some of the concerns that the tribal chiefs had with the Senate Finance and Appropriations substitute. And with that, I would move that we accept the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute from Ag and Conservation and Natural Resources be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That substitute is agreed to. That now puts the substitute from Committee on Finance and Appropriations out of order. Is that correct, Senator?
Well, I don't know whether we need to reject that. We don't. Okay,
No,
then
it is
then
out of
certainly
order.
That is out of order. I appreciate the help on this. The tribal chieftains were very concerned about changes that were made. There was some confusion around some of the language in an attempt to tighten up the bill in Senate Finance and Appropriations. It undid some of the important work that was done here over many, many weeks in compromise talks between the administration and Delegate Kriezak to get this bill in its proper form. The chiefs are very happy with the Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, and so now is the Senate Finance Committee, and I would urge that the bill pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin.
Thank you. Would the senator yield for a question?
Will Senator Marsden yield for a question?
I yield.
The senator yields. Senator Stanley has the floor.
French, Stanley, same thing. Madam President, I would ask my friend, when we look at having consultations with the tribes, which have sovereignty within our Commonwealth at the same time, would that ombudsman, would that government entity be investigating or asking on if a tribe, and I speak with personal knowledge, having represented the Mattaponi 13, that if a tribe leader would not let women be a part of tribal council, would not let women vote, would not let women possess property without other males in there, would discriminate against African American heritage Mattaponi or Indians generally, would that be a discussion or decision that this entity could take place to try to rectify and bring them up to the 21st century?
Senator Marsden has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. My understanding is all of those things would ultimately be reviewable in a circuit court.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Durant, the senator from Stafford.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, thank you. This bill, in its current form, there still remains some concerns that I have received from the state-recognized tribe in my district. Giving preference, we have, Madam President, 11 tribes in the Commonwealth. There are 6 that are recognized at the federal level, and so this still excludes the 5 other tribes that are recognized by the Commonwealth of Virginia, and it does pose potential conflicts with federal law governing Native American consultation and determination of cultural affiliation in cases regarding ancestral remains. Proponents of this bill have suggested that it would be beneficial to add state-recognized tribes to this legislation at a later date, then why should this not be included right now? It raises the question of whether state recognition has any distinct meaning within the Commonwealth. If federal determinations are being used to dictate the interaction between state agencies with tribes and the importance of certain tribes over others. Other federally recognized tribes have interests and histories in Virginia. They've been consulted for projects in the federal level historically. There are other tribes recognized in other states that have well-documented historical connections to an interest in Virginia. And notably, they have kinship connections. This bill would exclude those groups. Sections of the bill that have set forth for determining cultural affiliation for burials that give final say to the federally recognized tribes in Virginia, and concerns have been raised, including from the Potawatomi tribe in my district, that processes set forth may pose potential conflicts with the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act and potentially could lead to confusion, litigation, and conflict with tribes and agencies within the Commonwealth. So ultimately, I think this could be a right step in the right direction, but there remains concerns with the precedent we are setting in regards to the distinctions between federal and state recognized tribes in the Virginia Code. If we move forward to provide any additional support to our tribes here in the Commonwealth, we should include all 11 state recognized tribes, not just the 6 federal tribes that have already have access to the benefits of the 5 state tribes do not. So as currently, I believe we cannot in good conscience support this legislation. I urge the body to vote no on this bill.
Madam President, if no one else wishes to speak, I understand the concerns of the senator from Stafford.
Senator, I was checking just to be sure. This is important. The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I recognize the concerns of the senator from Stafford that there are tribes that are left out here, but the complexities of federally recognized tribes and locally and certainly Virginia recognized tribes present different legal complications with regards to federal treatment of these tribes. I think this is great progress, and I think that's a bill that can be brought next year to find a proper way to integrate the other 5 tribes into this bill. And but I would urge us to make progress here and establish this ombudsman. It's I believe it. The money in the budget has not changed in terms of getting the ombudsman on board, and I would urge again that the body pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Rule 36-1.
Ayes 23, no 16, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
House Bill 1247, public school funding ratios of instructional positions to English language learner students. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. With the substitute, HB 1247 now is conformed to my bill.
Your motion, Senator?
I move HB 1247 pass and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 1247 has now been conformed to my bill SB 272, and this conformity removes the fiscal impact that was on the original bill. This bill now is requiring VDOE to collect data on our English language learners all across the Commonwealth so that we may be able to understand which school districts in particular are impacted by English language learners and how we might best address their needs. With that, I renew my motion that HB 1247 pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
House Bill 1257, insurance optional coverage for the diminished value of personal property. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Senator Dees, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
What House Bill 1257 says is that if you issue a homeowner's policy or a standalone policy to cover articles of personal property, you've got to offer a provision that provides for the diminution of value of any scheduled personal property if the schedule provides for the repair of any of that property. Again, I reiterate that I ask the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
House Bill 1312, Virginia Law Officers Retirement System extends membership to conservation officers. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas. Chair recognizes.
I'm sorry, Madam President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator Lucas. Senator Stewart.
Madam President, move the bill pass. And speaking to that,
The senator may continue.
Madam President, it just adds the conservation officers to the Valors program, but there is a delayed enactment, and the service would only accrue prospectively, so it wouldn't be retroactively. And I hope everyone will support the bill. There are many of us who've brought this bill over the years, including the senator from Charlottesville and others, and it's time to include them in the Valors program.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The bill passes.
House Bill 1397, Manufactured Home Lot Rental Act, Manufactured Home Park, Notice of Sale and Relocation Expenses. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I move the General Laws and Technology Committee substitute.
The question is, shall that substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Eben?
Now I move the Committee on Finance and Appropriations amendments.
The question is, shall those committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator Eben?
I would move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion,
The senator has the floor.
This bill does three things. It provides a right of first refusal to localities in Planning District 8 to purchase manufactured home parks for which the park owner receives an offer to purchase from a third party. The owner only has to sell to the locality if the locality makes an offer for the same price and substantially similar terms and conditions on the pending offer. Secondly, it also provides notice that residents, like anyone else, can have the right to make an offer to purchase the park at any time, and that the owner must consider that offer. Thirdly, it requires park owners, in the case where the park is closing, to pay each manufactured homeowner in the park $5,000 within the 180-day notice period before the park closes. It actually can cost up to $10,000 to move a manufactured home, so this increase gets us a little bit closer to the actual cost, which right now the reimbursement ranges between $2,500 and $3,500, depending where you are in the state. Again, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 1505, intercollegiate athletes, student athletes, compensation for name, image, or likeness. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you.
Senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 1505 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 1505 is similar to the senator from Virginia, junior senator from Virginia Beach's SB 678, which unfortunately we were not able to get across the threshold. But this bill from our House side is with the substitute and some of the amendments that were made along the process in a posture that I think we all agreed with as it came out of the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. This does make several changes to existing provisions regarding the compensation of student athletes at our public or private institutions of higher education in terms of the use of their name, image, or likeness. Now, the one change that we were making in our through Finance and Appropriations is addressing the question of student fees, that no student fees would be collected or used for compensation of student athletes. And again, I renew my motion that HB 1505 pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes. Sergeant at Arms.
No. He wanted to see Senator Lucas.
Page 40.
Returning to page 43, House Bill 405, electric vehicle charging facilities, infrastructure necessary to support installation. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with and there's a floor substitute.
Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the waive reading of the floor sub.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute, the Surreville substitute, be waived? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute, the reading thereof is waived. Senator Surreville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the floor sub and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the bill as came out of committee directed the Commission on Utility Regulation to engage in a study. I'm the chairman of the Commission on Utility Regulation, and as has been repeatedly pointed out, we still don't have staff yet. We've actually had 3 applicants for executive director we're trying to figure out, but typically we don't order commissions to do things. Typically we refer things to commissions and then ask them to figure out if they have the bandwidth within their work plan to deal with it, and that's basically what this sub does, but it also adds a directive to the State Corporation Commission and the Department of Housing and Community Development to provide technical assistance in helping to ascertain what type of electrical infrastructure upgrades might be needed for new residential developments, because that seems pretty technical to me. So that's basically what the sub does now. It's not a mandate. It's should the CEUR choose to do this, these people have to help. That's basically all the bill does now, and I would hope we could pass it.
The question is, shall the bill pass?
No, this floor sub.
Shall the floor sub pass? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Serov.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and having previously explained by the floor sub, I would hope we could pass it.
The question is, shall the substitute pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Returning to page 51, regular calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on third reading. Senate Joint Resolution 127, encouraging the Commonwealth of Virginia to take all practical steps to increase the use of sustainable aviation fuel in the Commonwealth, regionally and nationally. Reported from the Committee on Rules, and we have 6 floor amendments.
Senator D. Staff, the senior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, I'd like to reconsider the vote by which the joint resolution was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Joint Resolution 127 was engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Madam President, I'd like to waive the reading.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill, the vote by which it was passed, is reconsidered. Senator D. Staff.
Madam President, I'd like to waive the reading of the floor amendment and speaking to that.
The senator may state it, although we normally wait until after the waiving. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator D. Staff.
Madam President, speaking to the amendment and explaining it just a little bit.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So what the floor amendment does is we've worked with, let me back up. We've worked with the environmental groups and communities. We worked with the airlines. We worked with everybody to focus on trying to resolve the concerns that came up on this. And I'll speak to that in a second as I kind of explain it and then get back to why it now is in a posture where everybody is happy. Madam President, on line 18, what we did is after line 18, we amended and clarified that certain feedstocks reduce greenhouse gas initiatives, but not all feedstocks. And then in line 21, we removed the term forest residuals and others to allow the state to continue its biomass study, which is looking at forest residuals. Madam President, the rest of the amendments are technical, where we've removed one "the" while there was 2 "these" in the sentence and other small technical matters of that. And with that, Madam President, I'd like to move the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendments are agreed to. Senator D. Staff.
Madam President, I'd like to engross and advance this Senate Joint Resolution to its third reading.
The question is, shall the Senate Joint Resolution now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendment is engrossed and advanced. In fact, the whole joint resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator D. Staff.
And Madam President, I'd like to suspend the rules and waive the third reading.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading, be waived? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 36, no 0. The rules are suspended, and the reading of Senate Joint Resolution 127 is waived. Senator D. Staff.
Madam President, at this point, I would like to request and move that we agree to Senate Joint Resolution 127. Thank you.
The question now is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 127 be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to.
Memorial resolutions.
Madam President,
For what purpose does the senator from Tazewell rise?
having voted on the prevailing side of HB 405, I would like to request
Page 43.
we reconsider, please.
Page 43.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 405 was passed We didn't vote on that. No, we didn't. Senator, it's been brought to my attention. You did not vote on the prevailing side. For what purpose does the senator from Chesapeake rise?
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed HB 405, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 405 was passed be reconsidered? Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria. Your mic, Senator.
I move the bill pass and speaking that motion.
The senator has the floor.
The bill was previously explained, but it encourages the Commission on Electrical Utility Regulation to evaluate the electrical distribution infrastructure required to support electrical vehicle charging stations.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Madam President.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that the body stand in recess for 30 minutes, and upon a conclusion upon recess, that the Senate Democratic Caucus meet back here in the conference room.
Without objection, the Senate stand at recess until 30 minutes.
Madam President.
Senator McDougal, the senator from Hanover.
Madam President, the Senate caucus will go to our normal room downstairs.
The Senate stand at recess. Madam Clerk.
Page 51.
Memorial resolutions.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Madam President, I move that the memorial resolutions on pages 51 through 60, HJR 207 through SR 131 be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolution thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block, the clerk will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution.
The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on pages 51 through 60, House Joint Resolution 207 through Senate Resolution 131, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the title of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 207, celebrating the life of Stanley William Roberts. House Joint Resolution 209, celebrating the life of Gilbert Lofton Granger. House Joint Resolution 214, celebrating the life of Seraphim C. Canovas. House Joint Resolution 217, celebrating the life of Peter Easter. House Joint Resolution 221, celebrating the life of Brian Kelly Miller. House Joint Resolution 228, celebrating the life of Elizabeth Burgoyne Knapp. House Joint Resolution 229, celebrating the life of Peter Lee McCandless. House Joint Resolution 234, celebrating the life of John Mason. House Joint Resolution 236, celebrating the life of George Samuel Hobart. House Joint Resolution 237, celebrating the life of Janet Mary Corcoran O'Neill. House Joint Resolution 238, celebrating the life of Miriam Zogby Balutis. House Joint Resolution 239, celebrating the life of Robert Peter Morgan. House Joint Resolution 240, celebrating the life of Joseph S. Hooley, Jr. House Joint Resolution 241, celebrating the life of Margaret Smith Hooley. House Joint Resolution 242, celebrating the life of Bennett Warbutton Sutton. House Joint Resolution 243, celebrating the life of Lanny Davis Ballard. House Joint Resolution 244, celebrating the life of Charles Stewart Clark. House Joint Resolution 245, celebrating the life of Richard Allen Barton. House Joint Resolution 247, celebrating the life of Donald Oven Manning. House Joint Resolution 251, celebrating the life of Bernard A. Strother, Jr. House Joint Resolution 253, celebrating the life of Evelyn Flanges. House Joint Resolution 256, celebrating the life of Richard Thomas Cornwell. House Joint Resolution 262, celebrating the life of the Reverend Dr. Marcellus Lee Harris, Jr. House Joint Resolution 268, celebrating the life of Warren H. Lacey. House Joint Resolution 291, celebrating the life of Sean Soares. House Joint Resolution 295, celebrating the life of Agnes Wilder Nicholson. House Joint Resolution 303, celebrating the life of Nancy Soper Hayden. House Joint Resolution 304, celebrating the life of William Lewis Lee. House Joint Resolution 307, celebrating the life of Carol Lane Filippi, Jr. House Joint Resolution 308, celebrating the life of Anthony Stewart Viventi. House Joint Resolution 309, celebrating the life of the Honorable David A. Malesko. House Joint Resolution 316, celebrating the life of John Kenner Marlowe. House Joint Resolution 319, celebrating the life of Lawrence Bussey. House Joint Resolution 221, celebrating the life of Susan Pope Irving. House Joint Resolution 325, celebrating the life of Robert W. Haskins. Senate Joint Resolution 170, celebrating the life of James Jim Horace Henshaw. Senate Joint Resolution 175, celebrating the life of the Honorable Richard Samuel Reynolds III.
Senator Van Valkenburg, the junior senator from Enrico.
Yeah, Madam President, can SJ 175 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution is out of the block.
Senate Joint Resolution 178, celebrating the life of Michael Scott Hoover. Senate Joint Resolution 179, celebrating the life of Joshua Chamberlain Peck. Senate Joint Resolution 180, celebrating the life of Walter A. Marston, Jr. Senate Joint Resolution 182, celebrating the life of Arthur Stewart Nachman. Senate Joint Resolution 183, celebrating the life of Julie Clemente. Senate Joint Resolution 185, celebrating the life of Harris Nathan Miller. Senate Joint Resolution 187, celebrating the life of Richard Robert Paradise. Senate Joint Resolution 194, celebrating the life of John Randolph Francis, Jr. Senate Joint Resolution 200, celebrating the life of Locke A. Taylor, DVM. Senate Joint Resolution 202, celebrating the life of the Reverend Dr. Douglas Kittredge. Senate Joint Resolution 204, celebrating the life of Teresa Darlene McDowney. Senate Joint Resolution 209, celebrating the life of Devin Michael Riley. Senate Joint Resolution 211, celebrating the life of the Honorable Ann Jackson Gregory Rhodes.
Senator Van Valkenburg, the junior senator from Enrico.
Madam President, can SJ 211 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 211 is out of the block.
Senate Joint Resolution 212, celebrating the life of Harold A. Dean, Sr. Senate Joint Resolution 213, celebrating the life of Richard A. Stewart. Senate Joint Resolution 217, celebrating the life of Neverett Alexander Eggleston, Jr. Senate Joint Resolution 218, celebrating the life of Emily Beer. Senate Joint Resolution 219, celebrating the life of Claude Nelson Smith. Senate Joint Resolution 221, celebrating the life of Hugh John Morris Jones III. Senate Joint Resolution 233, celebrating the life of Barbara Berry Jenkins. Senate Joint Resolution 234, celebrating the life of John Kenner Marlowe. Senate Joint Resolution 237, celebrating the life of the Honorable Osley Ware.
Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd ask that Senate Joint Resolution 237 come out of the block.
Without objection, SJR 237 is out of the block.
Senate Resolution 103, celebrating the life of Charles Lee Thomas. Senate Resolution 106, celebrating the life of Carol DeLong. Senate Resolution 108, celebrating the life of John Mason. Senate Resolution 111, celebrating the life of Jordan Page Rasnick. Senate Resolution 112, celebrating the life of Charles Cameron Ballard. Senate Resolution 114, celebrating the life of Nancy Lee Rivercomb Brubaker. Senate Resolution 116, celebrating the life of Richard E. Lyons. Senate Resolution 122, celebrating the life of the Reverend Dr. Marcellus Lee Harris, Jr. Senate Resolution 123, celebrating the life of Edgar Van Horn. Senate Resolution 126, celebrating the life of Roy Britton Shear. Senate Resolution 129, celebrating the life of Prit Juho Veselin. Senate Resolution 130, celebrating the life of Lawrence Melville Smith, Jr.
Senator Rome, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, just want to acknowledge the family of Mr. Ellis, of Mr. Smith are in the gallery joining us today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank the senator.
Senate Resolution 131, celebrating the life of Samuel Smallwood Ellis.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Returning to page 56, Senate Joint Resolution 175.
Senator Van Valkenburg, the junior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move passage of SJR 175. And
The senator has the floor.
Speaking to that motion, Madam President, members of the body, this resolution celebrates the life of Richard Samuel Major Reynolds III. I think many people in this room know Major and know of all the accomplishments he's had, and I think if you were at the celebration of his life last year, it was really, it was quite something to see the outpouring of support from folks like Senator Kane, his son, members of the community. He truly was a titan of the Richmond community, whether it was serving in the House of Delegates, as a businessman, as a philanthropist, as just a guy who cared about good things happening in his community. He spent his life caring about education and community colleges, caring about civil rights, caring about people. And there's certainly people in this place that can speak more to those accomplishments than I can. But I think it's really important that we honor him and celebrate him. And I think the thing that's always going to stick with me when it came to Major Reynolds was, in 2017, I was just this nobody. I was just this nobody who got involved in a campaign, and nobody knew if I could win. Nobody knew who I was. I was just this teacher teaching. All of a sudden, I get in this race, and old heads in politics, when you get involved, they're a little cynical about you. They might brush you off. They might not give you the time of day. But man, Major Reynolds, he was just always there for a conversation. He was always there with a letter to pick you up. He truly cared about our race and what we were doing and the issues we cared about. And then when I won, that just kept going, right? And every time I would see him, I'd get a smile on my face because he genuinely cared about me. He genuinely cared about what we were doing. He genuinely cared about the General Assembly. And I just, whenever I think of him, I'm going to think about that guy who just, as soon as he saw me in a room, he pulled me aside and asked me 20 questions. And I think that's truly a measure of the type of man he was. And obviously, I'm just a small little, nothing compared to the things he did. And so, once again, I'll just move passage of SJ 175, celebrating the life of Major Reynolds.
The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution, please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Page 57, Senate Joint Resolution 211.
Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move passage of SJ 211 and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. It seems to be something about the Richmond area in 2023. This is the third one of these I've had to do, but this is a third kind of titan in our community as well, Panny Rhodes. And I'll kind of start at the end. She served 10 years in the House of Delegates, and I think she was highly regarded by pretty much everybody in the place, both sides of the aisle, both houses. She spent a lot of time working across the aisle, trying to get things done. United States Senator Mark Warner said of her, quote, "She was a tireless advocate for improving public education and health care and paved a path for more women in politics." She was part of so many organizations in this area. If I sat up here and read them all, we'd be here for like 20 minutes. I mean, it's truly amazing the amount of stuff she participated in. She cared a lot about education. She was on the Board of Visitors at VCU. And I think, I didn't know her all that well, but, I think one of the things that you get in the Richmond region is that a lot of the folks here care a lot about public education and making sure our schools are as strong as they can be. And she was certainly a huge advocate of that. And so she's going to be fondly remembered and greatly missed by her husband of 58 years. That's a 5'8", 58. That's a big number. And her children, Tom and Annie, and their families. But we're losing another titan in the neighborhood, and I know the senator from Charlottesville had the good fortune of entering into the House of Delegates with her, and so I'm going to pass it over to the senator from Charlottesville, if that's all right.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, speaking to the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
The hard part about being here for a few years is the longer you're here, the more you have to rise on these occasions. We had a class in 1991 when the senator from Portsmouth was elected. In the House of Delegates, we had a class of 21, which I think was one of the larger classes until this year. Panny Rhodes was on the other side of the aisle from me, but she was quickly somebody who caught everybody's attention because she was always on the floor. She took the bills at home every night. She lived on the West End. She took the bills at home. In those days, we didn't have computers. We didn't have the internet. The bills were in a bill book. She would take the bill book home with her at night, read the bills, and stand up multiple times every day. She lengthened the regular day of session about at least an hour because she would stand up and ask questions multiple times about bills that you wouldn't think that maybe 4 or 5 people out of 100 really cared about. She read the bills, and that she was just, and those days in the House of Delegates, that was a pretty remarkable thing. Now I'm not sure they've got anybody down there that reads the bills, but in those days, she was remarkable, and she stayed that way throughout. And as I said, we were on different sides of the aisle. We came in at the same time, had a large class and some pretty prominent people in that class. Governors, member of the Supreme Court, a couple attorney generals, and some wannabes. But she was one of the best. She was one of the smartest people we had. And she was, we were on different sides of the aisle, she was very independent. You know, when I was over there, we had the majority for the most of the time I was over there. And when we lost the majority, she was always somebody we could count on. We couldn't always count on our own people, but we could always count on her to think about things, to think about it the right way and ask the right questions. She was on point all the time. And she's somebody that I'm better for having known her and worked with her. I'm better for having her as a friend. And this place is better for having people like that serve.
The resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution, please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 237, page 59.
Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Madam President, I move that the Senate adopt Senate Joint Resolution 237. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. A few weeks ago, I had the unfortunate responsibility of letting everyone in the Senate know that our friend, former Delegate Hansley Ware, now Circuit Court Judge Hansley Ware, had passed away. And in the weeks since, it's been wonderful to hear so many stories about Delegate Ware and Judge Ware from so many friends, from his upbringing in North Carolina to his early days in Roanoke. And when he arrived in Roanoke to work for the Boy Scouts, which was an organization he had great fondness for, he thought it was a great way to help a lot of young men. He became an attorney, passed the bar in Virginia, and then started his law practice in Roanoke and kept getting more and more active in politics, and that's where almost all of us got to know him. And when he was a delegate, he did a great job of always watching out for Roanoke, and especially for the section of Roanoke where he lived and had a special, very strong political strength, Northwest Roanoke. And he made sure that their interests were heard here in the Capitol. And as Judge Ware, or as Delegate Ware was working here, there's a huge Republican majority at the time, and he was our only Democratic member. But he was incredibly effective for our community, and he got on the Appropriations Committee, and as several people have heard the story, that's why we now have passenger railroad service back in Roanoke again, because of his work in the appropriations process to make that happen. And he ended up leaving the House of Delegates. He got reelected, but chose not to take that term because he needed to care for his mother, who he was incredibly close with. And he was correct that she wasn't going to be much longer for this world, but he wanted to take care of her. Then the General Assembly saw fit to elect him to a Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court judgeship, which I remember my predecessor, Senator Smith, really wanted. There was a question of which bench to put Judge Ware on first, and General District or J&D. And given that Delegate Ware at that point, he had grown up in North Carolina, and he and some of his friends had gotten into a lot of trouble. One point that a lot of folks remember, he walked a little different because there was a bullet in his back. And the delegation thought, this man has been able to overcome so much and is such an example for so many people. The only place that we want to put him to start to make the maximum impact for our community is the J&D bench, because we think he can reach out to so many young people and help them get on a path like him. And he was on there, served with distinction. He was our first African-American member of the J&D judge in the western half of the state. And then he became our first circuit court judge of just about 5 years ago, and we voted here on this floor for that. So it's been wonderful hearing all the stories about Delegate and Judge Ware, and I appreciate this. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Head, the senator from Botetourt.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the resolution.
Senator has the floor.
Just to build a little bit more, when I was first got the nomination for House of Delegates in, I guess it was 2011 that I got the nomination and began my service in the legislature in 2012. One of the first phone calls I met after getting the nomination was from then Delegate Ansley Ware from the other party. And he called me to congratulate me and to say, I'm not sure. I remember I hear his voice in my head now as I'm reflecting on that because I've thought about it so many times and how impactful it was when he called me and he said, you know, I'm not saying we're not going to run anybody, but this is a Republican seat and a Republican ought to win this seat. And I just want you to know that, you know, you've got a party and I've got a party and there's a place for party and that's all fine and good. But when you get to Richmond, you're going to find that the biggest fights and the most important fights that we have a lot more to do with geography than they do with party. And so I want you to know that when it comes down to looking after the Roanoke Valley, I won't ever do anything to throw you under the bus, and I will do everything I can to work with you. And I just hope that you would be able to give me the same consideration. And it was my great honor to be able to do that and to count him as a friend. And as my colleague Senator Suderline mentioned about the train, the funny thing about that train is when that budget passed that year, Senator John Edwards had been working hard on getting Amtrak back to Roanoke for a number of years, but it was Ansley Ware that managed to get it ensured to be in the budget, in the final passage on the budget. And when he stood up on the floor asking people to vote for that budget, he talked about the things that other people were going to get in other parts of the state, and he said, and I don't get much. I get a train. I get a train. And from that point forward, Amtrak coming into Roanoke was Ansley's train. And he was a great delegate, a great statesman, became a great judge, and was a great friend. And we miss him terribly. But glad we're going to honor him in this way.
Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to this joint resolution.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. I stand here humbled by a man that I think all of us here, whether we're a human being on this world, whether you're a lawyer, whether you're an elected official, or even as a judge, that he is the measure of a man. He always was, and forever in my heart and memory, he always will be. Ansley Ware did not come here seeking ambition or limelight. He came here seeking differences. And in achieving those things for his area, for the people that he served, he broke down all the barriers of differences. You hear from all of us in that area. He was a man on an island, pretty much. Himself and Senator Edwards, Democrats in a small part of the Roanoke Valley, South Side and Southwest. But you couldn't tell the difference. Because the measure of a man is his character and integrity, and he had much of both. When I was a young lawyer, when I first met him, he didn't know me from anywhere. I was from Northern Virginia, according to people. And guess what? Watched me try a case, waited till it was done, came and gave me some pointers, took me out to lunch, started a friendship that lasted to the very last breath that he took on this very good earth. Never ended. Loyalty. A ton of it. Honesty. Couldn't get him to tell it any other way, even when he knew it hurt. But he would soften the blow with encouragement, pat on the back, that incredible laugh, that incredible mind, and practicality. I think we all are saying the same things here when it came to Delegate Ware, Judge Ware, Ansley Ware. As he said to me and he said to others, it really doesn't matter when you get there what party you represent. It's who you represent. Over and over again, he reminded me. I will not forget the times when we used to stay here late and we would break and the house would break and we all go out onto the front portico. And he'd be sitting there smoking a cigar with Reverend Torian, deciding how to solve all the world's problems in 20 minutes. Creating relationships, making relationships. I remember my first year here. him dragging me down the hallway, coming here and dragging me down the hallway just to introduce me to people. He did not have to do that. As a lawyer, he was one of the finest lawyers I've ever seen in court. Passionate, reliable, intelligent, smart, quick on his feet, and successful. He was a winner, which made him an obvious choice to lead the people that he represented and served in Roanoke City. He did not disappoint. Everybody gets back to the train story. I won't forget the headline of the Roanoke Times, because it was, if I remember, a Republican budget. Honestly, how could you go for a Republican budget? And the reply in the title was, I got my area choo-choo. Because it wasn't about him. He was willing to take all the slings and arrows. It was about what he could do to make a difference for the Roanoke Valley at every turn. And as a judge, I was honored not only to push for that appointment, both of those appointments, but ultimately to appear before him. He was compassionate. He was a jurist that not only employed what the law was, but life experiences to try to make a difference for every defendant that appeared before him. Not that he would put justice in front of them, but also temper it with mercy in a hope that they did not come back ever again. That is a rare trait for a judge, but it is who Ansley Ware is and was. Ansley was a mountain masquerading as a man. His life was full of joy and struggle. I will miss him very much and his conversations, but they live on in my ear forever. And his memory will not be ever forgotten in these chambers. Thank you, Madam President.
The memorial resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All in favor of agreeing to the resolution, please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move the commending resolutions on pages 60 through 77, HJR 169 to SR 133, be considered in the block by a voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
The question is, shall the commending resolutions on pages 60 through 77, House Joint Resolution 169 through Senate Resolution 133, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are now before us. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the numbers of the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 169, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Madam President, am I just taking it from the block, or am I doing the amendment?
You can keep it in the block and move it.
Okay. I would waive the reading of the amendment, or the substitute.
Yes. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move the floor substitute, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Okay, Madam President, what this floor substitute does is it acknowledges Columbia Gas of Virginia for its 175 years of service in the Commonwealth, and it's commending Columbia Gas for that service. It is one of the oldest utilities currently operating in the Commonwealth, and there were just some changes made to the resolution to acknowledge that. And with that, I would like to move the floor substitute.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is adopted.
186. 199, 206, 208, 210, 211, 212, 213, 215, 216, 218, 219, 220, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 230, 231, 232, 235, 246, 248, 249, 250, 252, 254, 255, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 264, 265, 266, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 288, 289, 290, 292, 293, 294, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 306, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 317, 322, 323, 324, 326, 327, 328, 1 Senate Joint Resolution 171, 172, 173, 174, 176, 177, 181, 184, 186, 188.
Madam President.
Senator Stanley, the senator from Franklin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd ask that SJR Senate Joint Resolution 186 commending Buddha Bibarai be pulled out of the block and passed by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Joint Resolution 186 is out of block and by for the day.
$188, $189, $190, $191, $192, $193, $195, $196, $197, $198, $199, $201, $203, $205, $206, $207, $208, $210, $214, $215, $216, $220, $222, $223, $224, $225, $226, $227, $228, $230, $231, $232, $235, $236, $238, $239, $240, $241, $242, $244, $245, $246, Senate Resolutions 104, 107, 109, 110, 113, 115, 117, 118, 120, 124, 125, 127, 128, 120, 132, 133.
The question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? That is, all resolutions except Senator DeSteff, the senator from Virginia Beach, the
Madam
senior.
President, can Senate Joint Resolution 235 come out of the block and by for the day?
235? 235, Senator? Again, the question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? That is, all resolutions accepting Senate Joint Resolution 186 on page 71 and Senate Resolution 235 on page 75. All in favor of agreeing to the remaining resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolutions are agreed to. Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
We don't have the HJR. Or, Senator Austin. What are we doing?
Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, I ask if we return to the morning hour for purpose of introduction.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Today we have a Super Bowl champion in the gallery here today. Madam President, I am honored to introduce the gallery to Antoine Bethea. He became a Super Bowl champion with the Indianapolis Colts his rookie year in Super Bowl 41. He's a three-time Pro Bowl player and a Walter Payton Man of the Year recipient, once with the Colts and once with the Arizona Cardinals. Antoine is doing great things back home in Hampton Roads and throughout our Commonwealth. He's a native of Newport News who's invests his time and talents at the Safe Haven Empowerment Center in the North District of Newport News. This new community center offers mental health services, sports and rec at sport and esports, and a workforce development lab. The city of Newport News has invested $1.5 million into his Safe Haven Center. Madam President, I am extremely proud of Antoine Bethea as well. He's an HBCU graduate also, and I am extremely proud to call him a friend. Madam President, I ask that you help me give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
We're so glad that you are here this evening. Yes, well, still afternoon then. And you are just a breath of fresh air, continuing to give of yourself and not resting on your laurels as you could have, but reaching back to bring others forward, especially as we're hearing those who have maybe some issues, well, in the health area. Thank you so very much. And for the record, my team, the Raiders, even from Jim Plunkett days. But we're so glad. As a Virginia native, you've done really well. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Senator Durant, the senator from Stafford.
Rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't mean to shock or disturb my fellow senators, but I'm afraid I have some other troubling news. The body down the hall that shall not be named has seen fit to kill a piece of legislation that came out of this body on a unanimous vote. Please attempt to contain your surprise. I was asked to carry this legislation for one simple reason. By the school district I represent, as is desperately needed so that students who have committed a crime, sometimes a serious crime, can get the help they need to get their lives back on track. And that our superintendents have the information they need to keep our students safe. We heard a great deal of testimony at the committee level from the VEA, from the superintendents, from the school board, from legal aid, all in support of this bill. The only public opposition that we heard was from one delegate who was concerned in committee level that student privacy was at risk. Madam President, when a child is at risk of having their entire life derailed because the educators in their lives don't have the information they need to help them, that's not protect.
Senator, if you may suspend for a moment, just to remind the senators that during points of personal privilege, you must remain seated. And during memorial resolutions, you also must remain seated. It is the tradition and rules of the Senate. The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. As I was saying, Madam President, when a child is at risk of having their entire life derailed because the educators in their lives don't have the information they need to help them, it's not protecting their privacy. It's failing their future. And when the same educators don't have the relevant information they need to keep other students safe in the event a returning student could be a danger, that's not protecting their privacy. It's disregarding school safety. In Stafford County, we just had an 8th grade teacher attacked by her own students. In her own words, as she posted on social media, she said, with a picture of her bruised and beaten up, after 26 years of teaching, I packed up my classroom and emailed my families a farewell message, punched in the head and stomped on by 8th graders. 15+ cell phone videos taken of the assault, taken by ambulance to the ER, and the assailants are back in school. This legislation was designed to keep this sort of thing from happening again. So why did it die? Madam President, I don't know. I can't get any answers, but I do know this. The majority party and the other body will have to answer for the teachers who are injured and the students who lose their future because they thought they knew better than our school superintendents. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Saraville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to move that we recess until 3 o'clock and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have to do the judicial election, but we can't do it until we get a joint resolution from the House sent over here, and they've recessed till 3 o'clock, and so we are procedurally incapable of doing anything until they're back and send that over. So we need to take a 25-minute recess till they're back. So that's my motion.
Without objection, the Senate will recess until 3 p.m., Senator? 3 p.m. The Senate will come to order. Senator Somerville.
Madam President, pursuant to Rule 13 of HJR 48, which is our scheduling resolution, I move that the special and continuing joint order relating to judicial elections be suspended until Thursday, March the 7th, at the conclusion of the morning hour. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to go on this on the judicial elections, but the House isn't, and I'm not. That they wanted to take one more day, notwithstanding the fact that we're going to be a lot of start and stop tomorrow, putting bills in conference, and so we're going to do this at the conclusion of the morning hour tomorrow morning, and given it's the smaller judge list, it shouldn't take too long, but that's, I guess, how we're going to handle it. That's what this motion is.
The question is, pursuant to Rule 13 of House Joint Resolution 48, the scheduling resolution, shall a special and continuing joint order relating to judicial elections be suspended until Thursday, March 7th, at the conclusion of the morning hour? All in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
40, no, 0.
Ayes 40, no, 0. The special and continuing joint order is suspended until Thursday, March 7th, at the conclusion of the morning hour. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Hearing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Thursday, March 7th, the Committee on Rules will meet immediately upon adjournment at the chair's desk. Rules at the chair's desk. Republican caucus will meet 45 minutes before session in Senate Room 2. The Democratic caucus will meet 30 minutes before session in Senate Room 1.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. The Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia.